All right. Should be good to go. See if I show up on my channel. There we are. Awesome. All right. Let's get right into it. Want to get this to be this same blue. One oh three, 143. Oop. Awesome. Howdy, Caribou Boy. Let me pan that down just slightly. Yeah, that looks right. Blahaj? Blahaj. I named it Blahaj because, well, A, it's blue, and Blahaj means blue shark. And B, it has this, like, these petals that kind of look like the jaws of a shark if you squint. So yeah, that's the origin behind Blahaj. Anyway, it should have the delta V to reach space. I'm gonna give it a quick test, and yeah. Oh, surely not. No, it is definitely named off after the Blahaj, but it helps that it looks like a blue shark as well. Smartass, get it pointed straight up. Throttle is set to full. Or it ought to be. And we're off. That looks quite loud. I'm gonna crank that down a bit. Okay. I think it also helps that we're canonically the like European Space Agency. I need to get rid of this. This leftover from Alicorn, which is our next vehicle, which I will show you in a little bit, maybe. Um, but yeah, helps that we're canonically European with the EU flag and everything, and launching out of French Guiana. So, oop, turn that off. But yeah, usually does a decent job at pointing straight up. Tumbles around this point. And we usually reach an apogee at around, I don't know, 170, 175. And we just tumble for a bit. Get a decent bit of science. And then come back down. Go ahead and arm these things. Now, I believe by opening the jaws less, it should keep the center of lift back. But I do have a way of tracking that in real time, I forgot. Seems to kind of be all over the place. I'm going to close here. But no. That seems to keep it around the same spot. Alicorn, Captain Torres, crisp white sheets. I don't know what you mean. I don't actually watch My Little Pony. I just know about it. Primarily through a friend of mine who also, or who watches MLP and has told me what an alicorn is. Ace Combat Brain Rot. Ah. Yeah, I want to see if these deploy at 5 kilometers, because if not, I'm going to have to open these for some reason. I really don't want to do that. We'll see if that... Yep, that, for some reason, seems to be a requirement. Odd as that is. But yeah, safe recovery speed. I think that's as good a certification as anything. Part of me wants to tweak around with the fins to see if I can stabilize it a bit more, but it hasn't broken in the 5 or so test flights I've done. So, I don't know if that's really necessary. 310 days is not terrible. It's not great either, but it'll do. This does not have any upgrades, no. Okay. So that is that. The next thing I would like to do is see what we're going to spend our tech points on, because we should have about 9 by the end of the first Blahaj flight, and 9 subsequently thereafter. And I want to see what we have. So I guess I should show you Alicorn first. So Alicorn is the first orbital rocket we're going to do. There's a couple different Alicorns. I'm leaning towards what I'm calling Alicorn Fast Track, which is a Alicorn that we can get more reliable more quickly. And it basically is a 5-engine variant of the Blahaj times 4 with a quadruple S2 Scud upper stage, a single Veronique, and a fuckload of baby sergeants. Now, good thing about this can be launched using Ascent guidance. It is completely automated. I do not have to pilot it. That is wonderful. It can reach polar orbit. That is wonderful. Best part is that this only needs avionics prototypes, early solid rockets, post-war rocketry, basic rocketry, and 56 solid rocket engines. And I believe one material science node, maybe two. Which means that there's a pretty good chance. Oh, Scuzon. Goodness. There's a pretty good chance that we can get this launched by like 1955, 1956. What I'm interested in doing as well is seeing if I can take one of the Alicorn cores and the, singular upper stage and seeing if I can do the downrange contract with that. Because if I can, awesome. Less shit I have to develop. But I'm not 100% certain yet. But I know we're going to need the nodes to get primarily to these engines on the Alicorn. Fascinating. I wonder if Alicorn is like an actual thing other than My Little Pony. Apparently, it is like one of many words for a winged unicorn. Interesting. But yeah, this is the plan to get to orbit, is Alicorn 1, specifically the fast track method. Good thing is, this does not rely on these two engines. The RD-103, which has pretty lousy reliability at 91% tops, whereas these guys have like 96%. And even worse so, the Aggregate 9, which has a maximum reliance of 94 after 31 minutes of flight time, but a starting reliability of 74, which is just not acceptable. So, that's what we're working with. Now, that said, I believe we can get through the X-Plane contracts short of the suborbital requirement, like the crude Kármán line requirement, without the X-15 node. Not positive, but fairly certain. Something in here, pretty sure, can do sustained Mach, like Mach 1, Mach 2 flight. That can get 75 kilometers. So that's going to be able to... If we can get the fuel to get up there, and we can get the fuel to accelerate, that can get us to X-15 flight regime as far as hypersonics. So we are banking on that. This node just gives us some ramjets, some jet upgrades. It's not super useful. It does extend our mass to 13 tons, but I don't know that that will be required. We can go look at what I've been working on for hypersonics, as I think it'll be decently capable. Give me one moment. Because I'm going to go ahead and post that I'm streaming Cosmos Discord. Because that's the other Discord that I forgot to post in. So... Oh, I think it was actually in the, Yes, it was in the VAB. So this is what I have for the X15 type contract. I don't know that it's particularly sort of useful or usable, but I feel like I can probably get this up to Mach 5. I don't know that I can sustain it for the 2 minutes that I believe that or that contract requires, but I can definitely get it up to Mach 5. Haven't yet in testing, but I'm fairly certain. We can go ahead and get started on that. And then we'll look at, like, order of building things and priorities and so on. Okay. Oh, there's no pilot. Whoops. Whoops. It's fine. There we go. Yeah, my thinking is that these engines, the Scud engines, get a much closer sort of impulse density, I guess you could call it. A much closer impulse density to the X15's engines than the X1. And I'm hoping that it's a close enough difference that we can just pretty much operate on it. Okay. And I want to see if 2 engines gives us what we need. In terms of climb and sort of cross range or acceleration. Hello, Firestone. I don't know that this plane's going to be up for the task, though. Unfortunately. It'll probably get to Mach 3, but probably not much higher. Hmm. Okay. So, turn off moderation. We can really get the G's up, but Yeah. Let's see if 13.75, which I believe is the next air launch upgrades sort of step, can do this. Um 'Kay. Yeah, something kind of like that. Emphasis on kind of. Um 2.5 kilometers per second feels like it should be enough. Um, Not 100% sure though. You know what? Fuck it. What? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Um, we might actually have to go test these in the sandbox, unfortunately. But oh fuck me. Wow. Wow. Okay. Because the thing is that I believe air launch not only increases in terms of speed ascertainable during the start, but also in altitude, which is going to play a lot bigger of a deal when it comes to this. Yeah, I think we might have to go test this in the sandbox, but I want to give it one last try. Um, just to see how it performs. Technically, yes. I think the recommended version is 1.12.2, however. Oh, yes, this can do Mach 5. Just have to set CCAN to make all 1.12 as compatible. Right. Also, hello, Alpha Mense. Hope I'm saying that right. I don't believe I've seen you around. Flight recorder, let me see. Surface speed is not tracking it relative to. Yeah, it looks like. I mean, we probably were only holding it for a minute tops. So, yeah, what is like functionally the difference between 12 3 until 12.5. I'm gonna go try this in the words are hard. Give me a second. In the sandbox save. If y'all can't tell, little sleep deprived. But yeah. 112.4 added private division launcher and tutorial bug fixes. Gotcha. And then 112.5? Oh, that's stupid. Alright, let's test it in the sandbox. Excuse me, sandbox. And yeah. Might make myself a second cup of coffee here in a little bit. But I'm gonna wait off on it for a couple more minutes. That ain't right. Alright, well. Sandbox. We'll test that. And then I think we should have pretty much everything other than Blahaj 2 that we're going to need to complete the next many flights, honestly. So, next big hurdle will just be actually getting the X1 airborne, which is dicey. But that mostly comes down to the sheer sketchiness of that aircraft. But you know, CCAN 12.5 might as well have been another game, so you have to mark all 112 as compatible first. Yeah, CCAN is CCAN. I will say, CCAN makes modding this game so much easier. I remember modding before CCAN, and it sucked. Yes, they removed it from all versions. Since Private Division functionally doesn't have anything to do with whatchamacallit anymore? Kerbal? I believe. I might be wrong in that, but oh my god. Alright, VAB X2B, I believe was the one. Yeah, so this is the same amount of delta V. It's just a matter of thrust to weight ratio. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just activate both of them and then shut down the top one about 30 to 45 seconds into flight, or whenever our thrust to weight ratio is around 2. Oh, I need to go enable build time, whatever mod that is. Kerbal construction time, that's what it is. Because it's a sandbox save, so of course it's not enabled. I'm gonna go ahead and get started on that cup of coffee. Good lord. Sorry, everyone. Let's go. Okay. I never used CCAM before. Did the Express install and then got it working first time? Yeah, it's Seacan's nice. X2B. Go ahead and retract the landing gear. And sim it. Okay, coffee maker is on. Yeah, something woke me up at 3 a.m. and I didn't get to sleep for like another hour. So. Alright. Why did we start in orbit? What the fuck? That ain't what I wanted. That's not gonna give us much test data. Okay. Simulate. Absolutely do not start in orbit. Go. Okay. The Freedom mug is full once again. Alright, so turn off moderation. We are aiming for 9.1 kilometers at 175. And let's rock and roll. Okay, gonna go ahead and shut down that one. Begin pitching down. How do you air launch? So you press the Kerbal Construction Time button while already in a simulation, and it'll let you air launch. Okay. So that is Mach 5. Mark right here. And I believe we need to hold this speed for... Oh, God. 2 minutes? So, if it's even close, I'll accept that as a victory. But don't know that it will be. But Hypersonic X1 is, it's something if we can do it. It used to be Kerbal Boy, way back when. That's 2 minutes that we were hypersonic. You know, that looks a damn lot like we successfully did that. Go ahead and turn on moderation. I want to see if we can land this thing from here, but yeah, I'm thoroughly convinced. It's single use, or at least single use on the engines. But other than that, no complaints. Okay, we're coming past like 3.5 times speed of sound. God, these clouds are beautiful. Wow. Fuck me. Mm. Ooh, very hot. Hello, good morning. The high dynamic pressure. Let's try and level out our descent a bit. Or I guess level off our descent a bit. Of course, we're doing this test in like Kazakhstan because that's where my sandbox save is at. But the actual test will be in Guyana, probably out over the ocean somewhere. So we'll enter a roll. Just kind of S-turn this thing down. Try and shed as much speed as I can without stalling this thing, ideally. And then we'll be good. Okay. Line it up on final. Gear down. 400. 300. 200. 100. And let's find my shadow. There it is. Pulling up a tad. Not too much. We're entering cloud cover, which is not ideal, but we're gonna make it. Gonna try and descend here while we have a little bit of light. Ooh, that was a hard touch. Damn. Damn. What survived? The engine cowling. Cool. Well, that was close to a landing, so I'll count that, I guess. Arguing about paid mods and if mods should cost money. Interesting. I have not been on the KSP subreddit in like 4 years. Probably. I try to avoid the, I just try to avoid Reddit, frankly. Especially since they implemented the whole, like, API thing. It's kind of lousy. But yeah. So we just switched off one engine, prior to about 30 seconds, I want to say. And that worked pretty well. So I'll rely on that. That should work. And we should be good to go. Let's hop back into the main save. Oh, scusa. And yeah, we'll rock and roll. Okay. I don't know. What I will say is that I'm not, and this is a controversial opinion, but I'm not like opposed to mods costing money. Now what I am opposed to is people putting their mods on Patreon where they're blocked behind a subscription. I think if I pay for a mod once, I should be able to have it as long as I want. And let's ban this person. Hold on. Go. But yeah, I think I should be able to pay for a mod once and have access to it. I don't believe that games or mods, unless they are like online server-based games, should really be behind a subscription. But I mean, that's just my opinion. So X1 we have. Let's start our first blahage. We'll see after that. I can hear the fridge ringing. Hopefully my roommate can too. You'll probably can't hear it on stream though. All right, so Blahage 1. That's not the right one. Hold on. Blahage 1. There we go. We will build 3 of these. I'm gonna tool them first. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we need a new LC. Yeah, let's build a new launch complex. Okay. When will that be done? Exactly. Okay. Not far from now, end of the year. And then we'll launch both of these. Or all 3 of these, because we're probably going to launch 3 of them. And then we have the X1 coming up. We'll have Blahage 2, which is going to be a more advanced version, and that's going to be what our eventual downrange milestone 1 is built off of. So yeah, I think we can pick a head. Okay, so minus confidence cost plus speed of launch efficiency minus reputation for contracts. Minus funds cost for researcher salaries, reputation for contracts. Hmm. Plus 10 speed for researching. Good. Plus 10% confidence from science. Good. Tight deadlines, though. I don't actually know. I'm thinking Korolev. Because it means we'll get paid 5% less, but we'll also have to pay people like 12% less. We'll get better reputation as well. So I guess Korolev is our leader. So, yeah. When is the X1 coming out? Early next year. Okay. So we will go ahead and do that. We'll warp until LC2 is done. And we will go ahead and start building some more Blahages, which I believe are going to be better pretty much universally than the unicorns are. Oh, excuse me. I need to put the thermometer and barometer on this, though. Okay. So, close that. Set these to be always running. And, yeah. Let's... Don't modify that. Don't pull up that window either. Here we go. Staff. Okay. So take all of them off of this launch complex. We're gonna put everybody onto Blahages for right now. Current. We'll do 25. I think that's the best I can manage. Oh, but these are not ready yet. Correct, correct, correct. So... Hmm. Hmm. Is that early tracking systems that's giving us that? If so, yikes, we need more researchers. Sure is. Okay. We're gonna do 10. I think. Actually, we're gonna do 15 more. Okay, 1953 is when that's gonna be able to fly. Okay. In the meantime, what are we gonna be capable of? Actually, does anybody in chat know how I can see my monthly costs? No, not the astronaut complex. We're going into year 2. We should be getting 63,000 this year from that program. And 26,000, which brings that to what? 89K? We can probably do more than this then. That's a lot, but that should get things done pretty quickly. Post-war rocketry testing, is there anything that we need that for immediately? Yes, the engine. Past that though, not really. Okay. Okay, staffing, engineers, we'll put 10 onto that, and we will rush the hell out of this. 11 more days left, essentially. Now, I'm gonna save because there is a good chance that this goes horribly wrong. That scares me. Oh, right. I didn't disable crew training because I don't like that mechanic. Settings, difficulty, RP-1. Oh, it is disabled. Accept, resume. The fuck? Okay, can I just not do that? I mean, it only takes a day, apparently. Yeah, I guess we'll enable it and just cope. Accept, resume. How do I put astronauts into that? Oh, because we don't have any astronaut. That's what it was. Fuck me. All right. I might be stupid. Accept, resume, close all the damn windows. Catherine, I think. Well, Kristen, you actually are less stupid. Okay. Kristen Kelly, please have a parachute on. Oh my god. So many bots today. Oh god, now I'm playing stock Kerbal. There we go. Alright, so to anyone who hasn't seen this absolute fucking monstrosity, I'm sorry. We need a plane to be able to break the sound barrier, and we need it soon. This is my solution. Do not ask. It has a little tripod. It's cute, isn't it? It's also fucking terrifying. I'm gonna make sure the wings are configured. They are. We want atmospheric autopilot enabled, moderation absolutely disabled. We want to turn this on. And I mean, let's. Yeah, none of our propellants are particularly prone to boiling off. God, I need the clouds to not be so on top of us. This is fine. I'll take rain. As long as it's not making the stream lag, which it doesn't appear to be. This is the first time I've actually seen rain in Realism Overhaul. I was pretty sure it was a thing, but have never seen it. All right. Let's rock and roll. $30 remaining in the contract. About 30 seconds remaining in our fuel. That'll work. That'll work. What the fuck just happened? Alright, that was a glitch. And I am going to call it that because it... What the fuck? Alright. We're calling that a glitch. We're going to continue. I might need to turn down the sensitivity. I didn't reckon that was a problem. I had fine controls on. But here we go. Just want a brighter game. Can I just... ambient light boost? Yes. Alright. Let's try this again. Okay. Stop. Why are we doing this? What the fuck is happening? Alright. I'm going to try and move my keyboard to a place where I can more comfortably just hold the fucking S key. It has worked flawlessly in testing. For some reason, not right now. Okay. Let's give this one more go. Moderation disabled. Boom, boom, boom. Why are we... What the fuck is happening? Yeah, no shit, large AOA side slip. Yeah. I feel like atmospheric autopilot is not working properly. Especially given how well that first ascent went and then exploded. Okay. This is much, much, much more like it. At about 110, we go ahead and we turn on moderation. We start nosing down. I said down, not up. Not up. There we go. But, like, what the fuck is this? What is this, like, weird oscillation? And it is just atmospheric autopilot. Entirely inducing it. Because as soon as I turn it off, it's gone. Weird. I might... It really is. I might have to switch to MechJeb once it starts doing that. I'm just gonna have MechJeb open. I'll hot switch to it if I have to. Really don't want to, but I will. And yeah, I've never done that before. Let's see if we can warp to a little bit sunnier of times. Or Rainstorm. Rainstorm's also fine, I guess. Okay. Saving here. Because that, appears to be... Let me... 15... side slip 1. Okay. So if I... Okay. That does that. Everything is looking good here. Go ahead and turn on fine control. And... give it a good kick in the ass. Okay, come on. Come on, Kristen. Fuck. That one was actually, I believe, just down to us losing an engine at ignition. All right. If this doesn't work, I might have to revise the design, but I'm going to load this quick save. I'm going to try just turning up our yaw control as high as I can possibly get it. That it won't induce some like terrible oscillation. Okay. Okay. Here we go. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn this down to 20, and then also this one down by a similar margin. Turn on moderation, and that should be good. Crank this down just a little bit so we don't begin yawing like crazy. Shut down these so that we can extend our burn. And see if we can make this happen. Mach 1 now. 28 seconds remaining. Okay. Smartass can probably go away. Atmospheric autopilot in control module can probably go away. We are beginning to yaw back and forth, which disturbs me. Just gonna go ahead and dampen the yaw a bit. Hopefully. 8, 7. Something had some kind of thing. Turn both those off. We're down to 4 engines. And we are good. We just have to return home safely. This will be heavier than we have been previously, but I think it should still work. We need to get below cloud cover, though. Okay. Quick saving. This is what flight should have been like. Hate having to redo that many launches just because this thing was not wanting to behave. One of them was because we had an engine failure, but the rest really weren't. Okay. Wish we could dump fuel, but I don't believe we're going to have that capability. I am over land, correct? Should be. Maybe. That sure doesn't look like land. And we are back in the rain. God, I really cannot tell. Yes, that is land. And we need to pull up quickly. Oh, surface info. Is this the one that I had? Yes. This is our vertical speed. Okay. Wish that the landing conditions were better. But rain is what we got. Better not fucking spin out. Son of a bitch. Oh, come on. Stop already. Come on. Does that count as returning home safely? Yes, somehow. Yeah. Good thing we don't need that plane anymore, eh? Good lord. It was not a nominal landing, but any landing you can walk away from. Just like that, the X1 is retired. An expert of skills. With the expert skills of Kristen Kelly, X1 has traveled faster than sound. This experimental aircraft pushed through immense turbulence of the transonic region, surpassed this impressive milestone. With the rate of progress at this new space program, new milestones are sure to follow. Okay. Was it sketchy? Absolutely. Did it work? Kind of. Can't even really say absolutely to that one, can I? Okay. Yeah, and I'll put the rest on there. We can go ahead and start looking at building some kind of X-plane that can hopefully do this a little bit more properly. But, all things considered, that worked. It worked thoroughly in testing. It did not work nearly as thoroughly in practice, but that's okay. Because we have the actual X1 now. And we can get up to probably some fucky shit. So, yeah, I would like to build probably a film aircraft. which doesn't really require that cockpit. Mm, mm. So these are no longer necessary. I see. Okay, well then we will just potentially work on building an X1. Um, and see where that can get us. Actually, before we do that, let me go see what contracts are available and what their requirements are. Because I think I have an idea of what they are, but that's only from looking through the files, not actually based in this stuff. Available. Mach 2 supersonic with a crewed jet aircraft. Let's see. I know we need these three and this one. I'm thinking that these can be the same aircraft right here. Um, but we need to design some kind of jet, which is a bit harder. That said, if I can get access to some of these jets in the sandbox save that I have, I might be able to make something work with that. I believe those are supersonic aircraft. That's definitely not supersonic. Well, maybe it is, because it has an afterburner. Let me see if there were aircraft that used the J-57 that went supersonic. Yeah, because that sure as shit looks supersonic. Um... Specification. Afterburning turbofan. Or turbojet. top speed. Mach 1.4. Yeah. So the J57 should actually be decently capable of doing the trick. Let's hop over into the sandbox. Let's see. Because if I can build a jet minus the jet, I can just install the engine later once we get the funding and science to do so. Which I don't think counts as cheating. Just kind of crafty resource utilization. So I'm going to load up the sandbox save, and I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll be right back. All right. Understood. Go away. There we go. So this one doesn't actually have to fit any mass requirements necessarily, but it would be nice. Oh fuck! I also didn't know that they were the dev for modular launch pads. That wow, thank you for your service. Yeah, I don't have mod author names memorized, but apparently I should, because they pay me a visit. Conventional structure. Okay. It's so long. So let's see how long that burns for. Got an hour. Really high thrust to weight ratio. Good lord. So yeah, we'll just save this as XA, and then we'll hop back into the main save, and I should be able to load that with the J57 turbojet attached to it. I'm feeling significantly more energized. That is not the right menu. Also, sorry if I sound nasally or have been like sniffling. I have a postnasal drip and feel very like dried out. Kind of gross. So I'm just about over it, but it's been kind of for a couple days now. Okay. RP-1 career mode. Okay. So, I mean, bonus if we can air launch it, but it's not really required. It would just kind of allow us to have sort of weaker landing gear, but that's about it. All right. So sandbox. Any day now. XA. And there we go. We'll do supersonic wings. And what pretty decently sizable wings. Located relatively far aft. We're gonna have a T-tail on this thing, probably, meaning that we shouldn't need the COL to be all the way back, but we want it to be a good bit of the ways back. Okay. So do that, and then maybe a little further back, like there. And all moving supersonic. Make these 1.5 thickness and a little bit sort of longer. Move these wings up. Shorten them out a bit. Out a bit, and there we go. That should probably be able to do supersonic flight, I would say. Area rule that a bit better. That looks good. Jet 1, we'll call it. Obviously, name pending, obviously not final. But it's good enough for right now. Okay, so we have this radial pitot intake. We have this radial pitot intake. And that appears to be it as far as supersonic intakes are concerned, which is pretty lousy, but fine, I guess. We also don't want it to be sponsored by Pan American. Um, so EU flag. That probably should be enough. I almost feel like we do this. This looks weird and fucky, but it'll do the job probably. Okay. That should work. We shouldn't need the gear to be anywhere near that big. That's probably about the right size. And then, yeah, one in the front. That is going to be about that size. And pushed into the fuselage proper. If I can, Jesus. Want to make sure these are behind the COM so that we don't tilt weirdly. And then this is going to need an extension, I think, so that we don't end up nose diving into the runway, essentially. So let's see what this thing is capable of in terms of supersonic flight and altitude. I think 22 kilometers was the objective for the altitude one, and then Mach 2 was the speed requirement for the jet. If it can do both those things, we're signing off on it, and it is good. If not, we have a bit of a problem, but it's a very fixable one. And it's still raining. Forgot. Thankfully, they don't have, like, runway wetness implemented into the game, so we should be good. Or water ingestion. Okay. Okay, so this thing can nose up a lot easier than it can get off the ground, which is worth keeping in mind. But it has a takeoff speed around 100, 115. Oop. Didn't mean to pause the game. Just kind of trying to move my microphone cord out of the way. God, I love this rain effect, though. It's so pretty. Shout out to Ballistic Fox for making Realism Overhaul just so gorgeous. Okay. So we're gonna climb this thing quite steadily, just so that we can get above the cloud cover and to an altitude where we can hopefully achieve supersonic flight. Because 3 to 4 kilometers is not it. And we'll begin our acceleration here. We still want to be in a bit of a climb, but maybe not this much of a climb. I think we are losing thrust, but we're also quite close to Mach. Hopefully thrust goes up after breaking the sound barrier. But 27.8, 27.9, 28. Don't know if that's based on altitude or Mach number, but either way, it is trending in a good direction. That was due to altitude, it would appear. So I'm thinking we're gonna have to probably get to 10 kilometers altitude in order to really maintain Mach 1 or exceed Mach 1 and still be under a single jet engine. We may just need to have 2 engines, which in theory should be fine. I don't know what the area requirement of this thing is, but well, worst case scenario, we need 2 intakes, but that's not the end of the world. See if I can coax this thing up past Mach 1.1. I'd be shocked if this thing can't hit 2,200 meters, though. But I reckon a second engine probably helps us more with that. But let's go ahead and give it a college try. Maybe. That seemed to be more due to autopilot than anything, but yeah. Oh fuck. We are in like so much of a stall. Okay. Let's see what it can do in a dive. I want to see how the engine performs at these really high Mach numbers. Like obviously this would not count for the contract even close, but internals from heat. Okay. So we may actually need a better jet engine than that. I want to see, is this one rated for Mach 2? That just tells me the actual thrust. I need like Sure. Gloucester Javelin. Rear specs. Maximum speed. Mach 0.93. So that's not gonna work. Well, let me see what I can do here. So just remove that real quick. Smooth cone. 923. Okay. That's what an engine module would look like. So if we shrink that down and then we do a rounded cone, 125, a little longer, 2 of these, go like so. About like that. And then nose cones on it. That's not horrible. Where does that put our COM? About there. Is it angled like that? Oh, because I guess I attached it to the nose, technically. Or to this, like, conical bit. Okay, it is gonna have a tendency to shift backwards. Attaching it there so that we can actually center it. That doesn't look horrible. I'm gonna move them in a little bit just so that they look better on the top, because that's where I'm gonna be viewing it from for the most part. 1.1 out the get-go. I'm hoping that by throttling these down a little bit, we can maybe get a little bit over what our thermal limit is. Reckon that's probably not the case, but girl can hope. Oh, and we're going to want to, oh, well, we're going to want to put a pilot in it. That would probably help a good bit. And then we're going to want to probably disable steering on those back wheels, but I can do that in here. And that way it'll actually save. And I only have to do it on one wheel because for some reason symmetry does not apply well in flight. I don't know if that's a realism overhaul issue or if stock Kerbal also does that for some reason or another, But, yeah. Okay. Okay, so yeah, hopefully we can get this bud. What? What's up? Yeah, hopefully we can get this thing up to 22 kilometers. I'm not holding my breath, but I don't know. They do have upgrades that'll allow us to get to about 2.5 times speed of sound. So, correction to you forgets to put a Kerbal in. Ah, yeah. Okay. Well, I will say this thing is absolutely hauling ass. So hopefully we can get this thing up to altitude and then really do some good shit with it. Okay. So nose down a little bit. We should be able to cross Mach 1 pretty easily at this altitude. And get my delta V indicator up just so that I know what my like thrust to weight ratio is and such. Yeah. It does look like it's going to really struggle to push past about Mach 1.1, but it might not. I mean, that's climbing pretty steadily. We're kind of in not the most aerodynamic attitude, I guess, but we might just need to put bigger wings on it. I mean, this is an X-plane, but it is a jet as well, so. But I don't know. I mean, we might hit Mach 1.2 at this rate, at the very least, which, while not great, also isn't nothing. So I'm gonna do this, and we're gonna limit angle of attack to 45 degrees, side slip to 1 degree, and that will allow us to do that sort of climb to 22 kilometers if we sort of level out our speed at a certain point. I will say, though, these things are not curving off that steadily. We're just kind of running into the issue of we're draggy. So we're going to be losing some thrust to overcoming our drag that way. But yeah, there's Mach 1 too. So, I mean, fuck, maybe. Give it time and we might be able to get to Mach 2. Because it really has not slowed off much. Oop. Don't need to be climbing that steadily, though. We definitely don't need to be descending. There we go. That's a lot more like it. Well, we are well exceeding Mach 145. There's Mach 16. Mach 2 might be doable. We just have to be very ginger about climbing to like 15 kilometers to hit it, but that's not the worst thing. And this is a jet that we could build with the next node. So, I mean, it's not terrible. I'm gonna nose down just a little bit so that we're not climbing quite as much. We're still climbing. Like, level off, dude. Please. Fast nicely. Here's Mach 1.8. We are less than 15... Well, we're about 15% the speed of sound away. Okay, there we are. Six, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're not at the thermal limits, and I don't think we're gonna hit them up here. Which is kind of what I expected. Engines tend to run cooler the higher they are, but, yeah. It is starting to level off. Mach 1.9 might just be the best we can do. I want to see if we can get to Mach 2, though. Darting my eyes between that thermal limit and our, whatchamacallit, our Mach number. I don't know. Let's try climbing quite a bit. So I reckon if we can get this thing to cruise up at 20 kilometers or so, Mach 2 might be more doable there. Oh, it is just such a fragile climb. Okay, we should still be ascending, or at least be capable of ascending while accelerating. I want to see what kind of ceilings this thing has. I know this isn't the most exciting gameplay, but at least the views are decent. Kind of a cloudy day, but... No doubt in my mind, though, that this thing can and will hit 22 kilometers if we push it. So, I feel like if we make the wings bigger, we can hold more of a nose level attitude, and then from there, maybe we can hit Mach 2? Alternatively, third engine, but I don't know how sensible that is. So it's not the dumbest idea. We clearly have enough air intakes. Yeah, are we losing speed or gaining it? Or are we just stalled effectively? It looks like we pretty much at our limits. So let's try climbing to 22 kilometers. Fuck. Nearly. Alright. What about in the dive? Can you... A little bit shallower of a dive, hopefully. Okay, maybe not. Engines are gonna explode on this thing. But... They explode about Mach 1.7. Let's try 3 engines. We'll see if that works. I feel like that's a little bit ridiculous, but perhaps. What is the size of these? 923. 2, 3. And then we would just basically strip this thing, plug it in. It will allow us. Okay. Okay, take these off briefly. Or momentarily. That might work. It's a very wide plane. But not a particularly unaerodynamic looking one. That looks like it should be able to do the job. It has a max TWR of 2, so like... I'd be shocked if it can't get to at least Mach 2. I'm gonna clip that down a little bit. Let me put it here, actually. Yeah, it's weird and sporty, but it might do the trick. Anyway, I gotta run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. See you in a sec. We are back. Let's see how this thing flies. Finally finished installing. Nice. Have you played RO before? I forget if you've only played stock or if you've done both. Alright. Hello? Ah! Yikes. That was a very nasty takeoff. Oh, fuck. The landing gear's probably broken. They're not made to support nearly this much weight. I'm just gonna air launch it. Frankly, I'm fine with that. And it means we can avoid needing to climb nearly as much. Large AOA side slip, no shit. The fact that we can accelerate in a, like, 30 degrees nose-up attitude is bonkers. But, I mean, 3 full fucking jet engines. This'll do the trick. Stock, RSS, RO, and JNSQ. Gotcha. Yeah, this thing seems a lot more willing to just fly. Now. Now, as far as getting up and climbing, it's gonna take a little bit more speed because we're significantly heavier. But, I mean, we have positive climb here. Gonna go ahead and throttle back. Nose up a little bit more. Okay. Okay. We are flying pretty much dumb, drunk, and happy up at 15 kilometers, Mach 1.8 or hereabout. 15 kilonewtons per engine. We're not accelerating fast, but we sure are accelerating. I think we're hitting a ceiling, though. So, let me sort of micromanage my climb. That way we can hopefully reach Mach 2, not burn up, and not nosedive. Now I need to move the install to one of my hard drives because it takes up way too much space on the SSD for MSFS and KSP. Yeah, RO it's resource intensive. with storage and RAM. Okay, I mean, we are accelerating consistently. No doubt about it. And we're climbing. We're punching through Mach 1.8. But I do think that we're gonna hit a barrier here. Because it just doesn't seem up to the task of piercing through Mach 1.9. At least not in level flight. I might be wrong, though. Let me see what our vertical speed indicator is trending towards. Surface info. Yeah, vertical speed. It's leveling off. Right about Mach 1, yeah, 195, 196. So, I mean, shit, dog, maybe. 197. 198. We're not even near thermal limits. 199. And Mach 2. We should be capable of holding for quite a while. Now, let me check what the X-plane requirement seems to be. Supersonic Mach 2 is holding a speed between 625 and 650. So we're not there. In level flight for 5 minutes. We're getting there, though. I think we'll be there in a bit. But I want to see if we have what it takes to hold that. Seven. We're about 35 meters per second short of where we need to be. And now it's just a game of, can we sort of level off the plane enough to achieve that speed and not exceed our thermal limits? I feel like the answer is yes. I also feel like it's like knife's edge, but we're 31 meters per second short. Will that make that big of a difference? I don't know. We'll let this thing climb for a bit. Can't tell just how close we are to thermal limits. It looks pretty close. We are technically climbing. feel like this might not be doable. But that said, I don't know if that'll be the case at a higher altitude or not. It's like if we ascend to maybe 16.5 and then begin sort of nosing down and trying to pick up some speed again, it might eat less into our thermals. Yeah, so let's try this. Are you accelerating? Yes. Okay. It does appear to have bought us a little bit on the engine internals. Oh, but y'all can't actually see the engine internals. They're up here. That's where they're at. It's pretty knife's edge, in terms of stability. But maybe we definitely can hit 22 kilometers though. We also definitely can hit what technically counts as Mach 2, but not for the contract. Unfortunately. Okay. Want to try really climbing, because we're nearly out of fuel. Okay, that's 22. Let's see what we can get. We're definitely not going to be able to hold it for 5 minutes. But as far as 625, I think we can get there. I'm gonna have to literally look at the engine internal temperature right here. Alright, now's the time to go for it. We're running out of fuel. Nah, it's not doable. Because there's the engines. Damn! I wonder how high this thing can climb passively. 15 roundabout. It can maintain supersonic in a dive down to like 8 kilometers, which is impressive in and of itself. But yeah, we're probably gonna need better engines. Which is really unfortunate. So I was hoping that we could maybe do it. But it's just not looking doable. That said, this will be our design. Because, I mean, with these, it should be easily doable. Simulate with this, and we shouldn't even really be pushing up against the envelope. Howdy, Kyrium. I'm going to take, because my blood sugar is getting a little dicey, I'm going to take like a 15-minute break, go eat just a shitload of pistachios after this flight, and then we'll be good to go. Okay. Launch above these thunderclouds. And yeah, we are Mach 1 and absolutely hauling ass. This thing, I mean, hell, this thing might be able to do Mach 2 in a climb. But we shall see. So 625, there it is. And we just need to hold between 625 and 650. For like 2 minutes, which this should easily be able to do. That said, I want to go faster than that, and I want to know what our top speed is going to be. Because I reckon it's quite a bit higher than 650. If I had to take a guess, let's nose down till our vertical speed's about level. That's a little too low. That's still a little too low. And that's too high. Oh, flying planes is tricky. But I'm decent at it. I would assume Mach 2.5 is within reach. Potentially even further. But yeah. This thing seems stable. So I'm going to leave on this screen. Just going to turn that off. And going to turn my microphone off. And go grab my pistachios real quick. Be right back. Right now, we are just testing our speed and altitude ceiling, BC1. Also, howdy. Gonna be muting my microphone so that I can eat a snack because my hands are starting to shake. And yeah. And given that seems to be our ceiling, I'm going to begin our climb and see just how high we can get this thing. The answer is dangerously high. Potentially. As we can get ourselves into quite the flat spin. I want to see if this recovers. Quite elegantly. Okay. Alright, we take that. Can it fly with no wings? Decently well, yeah. Yikes. Well, she doesn't look too happy. I wouldn't be either. Decently well. So, we tested maximum climb, maximum altitude, and stall recovery. It passes everything. Let's put this thing into production. So, this will be the X2. I would say it's deserving of a nice coat of paint. We can color these intakes. They don't have to be white. And we can color this as well. So I don't know what color we want this to be. X1 was obviously that bright orange. But for this one, I'm feeling like it should be a nicer color. Perhaps a red? Or like a burnt orange? I don't know. Have an idea. Okay, what is this color? 248, 2027. 248, 2027. Okay. Vertical text. Whole bunch of eyes. Probably not that many, honestly. Do this. Do Helvetica, I think it is. Yep. Scale, depth. So, yeah, we actually only probably need the one. Yeah, so what if we have a racing stripe? Teal would be good. Teal would be good as well. I mostly just want to see if we can do this whole racing stripe thing. So I'd reckon the answer is yes. We'd have a racing stripe, and this whole tail fin would be white. But yeah, let's see if we can come up with a good teal. So I'm gonna save that color for later. And we'll do like that, maybe? It's not a bad color. That's what, 168, 142? Not 178. 168. 142. Oh god, this is like Hatsune Miku colored. I kind of like that. All right. And then we get, yeah, we get this. And we put a single one here. Or probably there actually, and then that looks about the right width. We'll do 2 eyes. That should be enough. Then I just have to figure out what stock white is, which I think is 236. Let me double check that. Stock white is 180. Fuck me. That's really dark. 180. 180, 180. Yeah, that is right. Hydrates. Good idea. I need to go get water. I have consumed water. I'm not turning on my camera right now, so you're just gonna have to trust me. All right, where did that decal just go? I don't know. Doesn't matter. We have multiple that we can get our hands on. Okay. Open recoloring. Load, and then we'll do stock white For these, we will I'll put the racing stripe on. Okay. And we have a plane with a racing stripe. So load color on all of these parts. God, we got a lot of viewers. Hello, everybody. Presumably some new people here. Plus 10 horsepower. Real. The racing stripe makes it go faster. I almost want to call this the X2 Miku, just because it's Miku colored, and that makes me really happy. God, yeah, that looks good. That looks really good. So set fill color. Oh, that's the wrong stripe. Set text. So this will be the X2. Which actually I believe I believe I have a flag with the X logo. The Hat Supersonic Miku. We'll workshop it. Yes. So I gotta adjust the scale a little bit. Ooh. That looks about right. We'll put that there. And we'll put this here. I'm gonna maybe change the font. Amarillo Sans probably is the right font for this, I would have to say. Bolded too. Um, and then it's perfect. All right. So then these get coverage. They probably need it up at the top first though. And then down here. And down here. There's so many decals. Oh god, and they haven't been placing in symmetry. Shit. Okay. Move these up just a tiny bit. Interesting. I haven't considered using conformal decals to do a whole paint job. Yeah, so it allows you to do stock parts, and it allows you to put like a racing stripe and such on it. Um, if you are in the Discord, which you probably aren't because you're first time chatter, but if you're in my Discord or if you look at my posts on the RO Discord, you can see some really interesting paint jobs that I've done um, through, I mean, pretty much this exact method. All right. The X2 Miku is ready for, I mean, ready for construction. Okay. So what we will do, because these engines are still not being researched quite yet, is prior to building it, we will take the engines off, build the whole thing, and then put the engines on afterwards. That should work. Well, actually, hold on. Because if these are all in the supersonic flight node, then we should maybe be good. Hold on. Ah. Ah, yes. Okay. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. I see. So, we're not going to be able to build that quite yet, but, we'll be able to pretty soon. Now what we can start building are blahages, and we're going to get on that pretty quickly. Now you need to build a procedural leak. Real. Get it as like an inventory item for one of the Kerbals to hold. Building blahage? Sort of. Blahage is the name of our sounding rocket because I thought that this little pedal mechanism kind of looked like a mouth. These kind of look like fins. It's blahage. It's a blue shark. That's what blahage translates to. So, also I am transgender and blahage. Behold, a blahage. Do you want a blahage craft? I have many. Good God. Sure. Drop them in the Discord. So... Oh, well that would be because you're at the wrong bloody launch complex. Oh! Okay. How long until we get that? Research. Hmm. 243 days we can do. We're gonna copy these wings and do subsonic on the first one. Well, hold on. We're gonna do 1P for prototype. Can this thing fly without fins? Because, I mean, it tumbles almost immediately. So, worst case scenario. Put a little trans flag on Blahaj. I might do that. Excuse me. Made a bunch for a few skits, like Star Wars, but the spacecraft are replaced by kilometer-long Blahaj. I love that. Yeah, drop them in the Discord. Oh, turn that off entirely. Because I use smartass to fly this one. And up and away. Separated off a little early, but that's okay. Okay. We are, in fact, going to need fins. Fins are not optional, it seems. Indeed. I need, very much just a dive into my personal life, I need to talk to a doctor about what the fuck is wrong with me. Because if I don't eat, sometimes my hands just start shaking, and it feels like my entire body is shivering. And it's been like that for, like, as long as I can remember. But I am increasingly told that that is not normal. And I believe them. But it's one of those things that I've gone so long without addressing that it's like, now that I stop to think about it, it's like, yeah, that's a little concerning. Might be low blood sugar. So the thing is, right, is that I have thought that thought. 0.976. So I have thought that thought. But pretty sure it's not. Because with my previous doctor, I was like, hey, this happens, whatever. And I'm kind of a hypochondriac. That should be stated for the record. That is not the right color. That should be stated for the record. I'm a bit of a hypochondriac. I frequently convince myself that I am sick when I am not. Not like an attention thing, it's just I have bad anxiety. I have worse medical anxiety. But more or less, we came to the conclusion that, like, well, it's probably a thing that you're making up, unintentionally so, because we took your blood sugar, and it's fine. And we did that, like, 3 times, and it was fine. So I just convinced myself that I was crazy. Many such cases. And then talked to a friend, and she was like, yeah, no. And I was like, yeah, fair. And I looked it up, and there's apparently something with your thyroid that can cause it. That basically causes, like, phantom blood sugar issues, where your blood sugar actually isn't low, but it has all the symptoms of it being low. And it's just like a hormonal thing. And I think that might be it. I'm not 100% sure. Because, like I said, have not been to a doctor yet. But, yeah, it's really annoying. No, I mean, in her defense, she did do her job. I was just having panic attacks, and she's like, it's probably a symptom of that. Because another thing about me is that I have a lot of anxiety around, like, food. Not going to get into that, but it is a reasonable conclusion to be like, ah, yes, she is anxious, therefore she is shaking. Like, that's not a huge stretch for me. But since getting on HRT, my anxiety has gotten substantially better. And this has not. And it has been over 2 years now that I've been on HRT. And it is still here, so I probably need to talk to somebody. It is on my laundry list of, hey doc, this isn't normal, what's up? That I'm going to bring up with my doctor in like a week or two when I go see him. Because now that I'm an adult, I could be like, yeah, this is this little fucky, what's up? But until then, I'm gonna just eat this 3-pound bag of pistachios that I bought to keep in my purse. Well, not the whole bag, obviously. In case this happens. Because it's happening. So, yeah. And as much as I'm like, I should end stream, I don't think I should. I'm having fun. I have viewers. We're gonna fucking keep going, baby. I want to see if this thing can successfully recover from its sort of descent back through the atmosphere. So if it's going to start flipping, I'm just going to open the fin or the jaws, the payload fairings, and yeah. Happens to me too, mainly because I don't eat enough because of autism, and like 95% sure my iron is low. Yeah, that could be it for me. I don't know. It could be so many different things. I reckon that it is probably some kind of vitamin deficiency or mineral deficiency because I am notoriously a picky eater, and did not eat a lot of vegetables until recently, which actually gets me into something of an announcement, which is I'm going to be making a second Tumblr for my fucking cooking recipes because I am a white woman now and I'm doing my part, I guess. But more so just because I've come up with some recipes and I'm really proud of myself because they're really fucking good. So, yeah. Who doesn't keep a stash of pistachios on them? Real. Yeah, I told one of my friends, I was like, maybe I should start a cooking blog. And I was like, that's lame as shit, but I'll do it on Tumblr. And then it's, like, slightly less bad. Like, if I made my own, like, Wix site, that's crazy. If I just throw a Tumblr post, and I'm like, what's up, fuckers? Here's my spaghetti recipe. Acceptable. Oh god, Ren is turning into a middle-aged white woman. With every passing day, my dear. With every passing day. The other thing is that this only happens some of the time. Because there's other times that I can go without eating for like 10, 11 hours and be fine. And nothing happens. So I genuinely don't know what the fuck it is. But today evidently is not one of those days. Ate right before stream because I was like, surely If I eat right before stream, it won't happen. Fuck you, yeah, it will. So. Alright. Anyway. We descend. The other good thing is about the subsonic fins is that they weigh considerably less. So, we're getting quite a bit higher. We're also going quite a bit faster, which is scary. So, we'll see how Blahaj fares. But I reckon the answer's not particularly well. Can early wings go hypersonic? Yes. Can they survive it? Maybe not. Womp womp. Womp womp indeed. Fuck. Actually, two icons on the right that I don't recognize. Notice you added deferred and TUFX. Anything else? So that's Waypoint Manager. We have the soundtrack mod. So it is a fan soundtrack that I don't know if I can get to you right now. But let's see if the command still works. It probably doesn't. It doesn't! Hold on. Does that still work? Sure does. Yeah. If you hop in the Discord, I can post that afterwards. Because that's probably one of them. I'm trying to think of what else would be like non-standard. Well, you said you could see it, so scrolling down doesn't help, does it, Ren? Could be time control. What does it look like? What does the other one look like? It could be nav HUD. Nav HUD is this, which I believe is non-standard for RO, and it has these like nice indicators that, you know, show you everything around you. Basically a nav ball that surrounds the camera. Okay. What if we invented parachutes that deploy? Thank you. Nav HUD is a must install for me. Time control on the sound one was what I saw. Yes. So soundtrack editor is that mod, and that's what adds that really sort of nice ambiance music to the game. It's from some fan KSP2 soundtrack that came out right before the game release that I really liked, and I'm happy to have it in my install now. What configs are you using for the clouds? That is RSS Reborn from Ballistic Fox. It also adds rain, which is crazy. I forgot that that's like a thing that can exist in Realism Overhaul, or in KSP. So, yeah. Yeah, Kerbal Boy, if it's any consolation, yeah, if it's any consolation, the stream in general is probably half a minute behind. Because I have my thing basically set to anytime it like misses a frame to just lag a little bit so that it can render everything. So over the course of long streams, we get a little bit behind. Slowly desyncs. But yeah, I would call that a success. That's an alright landing. It's not great, but it's acceptable. And we can strip it and add some new things down the road, and that means that we can start building Blahages today. I'm using RSS Reborn Cloud configs too, but only the cloud configs. Even did some black magic to re-add the city lights from RP-1 RSSVE. Ooh, fascinating. Yeah, I am not at all taking credit for any of it, but RSS Reborn does build off of Evo, which was my sort of love project. And I'm really thrilled to see a continuation of Evo that is leagues better than anything I would ever be capable of. Because that really puts a smile on my face. Yeah, no, it's crazy. I'll occasionally talk to like real life friends and I'll be like, oh yeah, you know, the KSP mod that I made that was run by like some of the biggest YouTubers in Realism Overhaul, like fucking Raise Space. And yeah, it's crazy to me. Pretty early, wanted to be safe and stable for career. Fair enough. But, I mean, even Evo, most of the assets from that were taken directly from Universe Sandbox with the devs' permission. So, it's not like I did anything other than just configure things. But it still gives me a lot of pride just seeing a sort of modern continuation of my project. So. Let me eat a couple more pistachios, you guys, and I will put on the camera because I'm starting to feel better. And I feel decent about how I look right now, so I should try to capitalize on that as much as I can. Because it's not every day. Most days now. It's not every day. Alright. Let's see here. Howdy. I'm back. Alright. So we can go ahead and open these. We can take these off. Capitalize? Capitalism? Indeed. Let me just go ahead and lock the shape of these. But yeah, there we go. That is a sounding rocket for all intents and purposes. That we can use in the meantime. Is your ground still shiny at the KSC? There was an update recently that fixed that. I think it might be. I'm not 100% sure. No, it doesn't look like it is. But what I will say is that I really want to get parallax working. I mean, I've gotten it working, but it runs at like 2 frames per second. I'm waiting for Ballistic Fox to add the exclusion zone around the KSC, that it doesn't launch, so it doesn't lag at launches. And I want to get a better graphics card at some point. Ah, scusa. We can do that one. We could probably do this one too. Sort of in the meantime. We really can't do much else though. But let me see. 75 to 130 kilometers should be doable. I just removed Earth Parallax for the lag issue, kept the moon stuff. I didn't know that the moon stuff was configured yet. I don't know. Might not be visible because of overcast. That might be the case. I know I haven't installed, or I haven't updated deferred in quite a while, so. All right, all right, all right. 75 is how much we needed. Sounding payload. Way more than 75. Okay, just making sure it is staging properly. Yeah. I'll do 150. Because that should be enough to do pretty much any contract. Yeah, we'll do that. And we have our 3 scientific instruments running. I guess actually we should probably do the minimum here just so that we can get as high possible. Really maximize this sort of thing. Words are hard. Steel fuselage. That's a minute 33. We want a minute 43. But that probably is not tooled anymore. It's pretty close though. Like the shiny KSC, the grass looks like it has dew on it. True. I didn't think the moon parallax was configured. I don't know if it was with a reborn. I'm running a bit of a weird install, but I do have a pretty RSS reborn moon and rocks. Yeah, I was one of the people that, yeah, sure, that worked on the original sort of parallax configs for RSS, way back in the day, and I shouldn't have tooled that. Let me simulate this. This may not be able to do it. Ah, fuck. And it's still like we still have to have it because I don't think we can put sounding payload in these. We can't. And avionics don't count as fuck shit. Okay, doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, well, God, what would be next on the agenda then? I don't think Unicorn 1 are making the tank high pressure. I don't reckon that works, but I will try. It does. I was wrong. I was wrong. So fill that up. Toggle pedals. Thank you, sounding payload. And we have to get this down to 75 exact. 28 is not probably enough, but we sure as shit can give it a good college try. Lots of little obscure things like that in RP-1. Yeah. RP-1 is a very odd amalgamation of things. But it is what it is. God, my hands still feel a little, like, jittery. But not as bad. Suppose I can eat nuts during the launch. Yeah, it does look like the ground's a bit shiny. I think it's fitting, though, during the rain. Should be a little shiny. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on infinite electricity because this is 7 tons. Which is not gonna be enough. Okay, where's our throttle? There we go. We'll see where we go. More efficient to leave the utilization maxed and reduce size if you need the performance. Gotta ditch that dry mass. True. I can maybe maximize it a little bit more then. I don't think this will even be close. Oh, if I'm being honest. Didn't they used to eat peanuts during one of the launches? Like during some program? Mercury? Gemini? I can't eat peanuts. Fun fact, but I can eat pistachios. And pretty much any other kind of nut. At least that I've encountered. Okay. I'm very happy that they've added these new sort of early game engines that are a little bit longer burning, a little bit more reliable, and aren't just the V2 engines. Because Lord knows we've needed that. Yeah, that's not clearing 140. It's close. And it's close enough that maybe min-maxing will help, but I don't know. I still think that we're not going to be able to make it. We're going to be a little short. Dry mass for early tanks is pretty high, so worth a try. Yeah. That is like 100 meters per second extra. Worst case scenario, we just add solids. But I don't really want to do that if I can avoid it. But might be able to lower that, but that's really risky. It's already very low. We already have wings made out of paper mache. But okay. We'll see. That probably made the difference. Thank you, Van Roden. I am pronouncing that right, correct? Yeah, awesome. The clapping emoji. All right. So that should be able to do it. I want to see how well this recovers. I reckon the answer's not super, but try opening the petals. Maximize drag that way. Yeah. Loses its fins, but otherwise stays intact. The parachutes should be able to deploy. Ahem. Please. Brother in Christ. Okay, well, that's probably fixable. Anyway. Ideally, we recover the launch computer and the engine. Really, everything else can burn. But yeah, um, hours. Cool deal. Boom. Boom. That should work. Um, fuck. Where's the aluminum fuselage, though? Steel. Huh? Acknowledged. What did I just... Uh, be an expert. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay. That should work. Untooled parts. Yeah. Okay. We'll launch 2 of them. Trying to recover sounding rockets is another thing I never considered. I think I had like 2 splash down and survive, but that's it. Yeah, I try to recover as much as I can. You can't actually refly them, but you can usually. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. You can usually get some money back. Okay. Okay. So we are currently researching that. We need to get early material science. We need to get this node, and this node to get to orbit. Those are the 4 nodes that we actually need. And avionics prototypes. So I guess 5. Of those, I think material science and AV prototypes are going to be our main concern. Don Baratu is rating with a party of 4. Thank you, Don Baratu. Whoops. Hold on, everybody. I spilled water. Howdy. I'm Lucy. Does that loud crash your radar sound? That was my water bottle, spilling water onto the floor. Specifically the part of the floor where all my wires are, so hopefully nothing dies. If the stream goes down, my computer probably exploded. But I have a towel there, so we're good. But yeah, welcome everybody. I don't even know where I put my water bottle. This is the water bottle in question, my Artemis bottle. So, anyway, I think we prioritize material science and the tracking systems because those are probably the most important, in my honest opinion. We get these 2, we should be able to start building the X1, or the X2. I like the rain. Is that a mod you've added to RP-1? That is the Realism Overhaul RSS Reborn mod from Ballistic Fox. It adds the volumetric clouds, it adds rain, it adds a bunch of new stuff, and it makes RSS just look absolutely stunning. So, our favorite plane. Yeah, so this uses steel fuselage. So we can start building this as soon as we are done researching X-planes, which should be the end of this year, either 51 or 52. Yeah, what did you just get finished streaming, Dunbaratu? I assume Kerbal? '51. Okay, it'll be done by the end of 52. I think we really should probably hire 10 more researchers, maybe. Maybe even 15. So that'll cost 40K. That's a lot, but it leaves us with... I was doing RP-1 as well. Miku! 63K, 26K. So it's going to cost us about half that we're putting towards that. So integration. Yeah, we can get a unicorn one. Minus 10, plus 10. Jesus. Okay. My God. It is tooled, correct? Doesn't sound right. But yeah. Good to see another RP-1 streamer. I believe I've seen your name around somewhere. One of the Discord servers that I am in. Speaking of, if anybody wants to join the Discord for my channel, it is in the link down below. This is my first stream since doing my 24-hour charity stream. So if I seem a little bit like out of it and tired, it's because I'm out of it and tired. I guess it's my second stream since then. Either way, still recovering. But if you're interested in donating, all the proceeds for that go to the Children's Miracle Network Hospital, and that link is also down below. KOS mod. Yes. Yes, that is where I've seen you. Because I believe... I want to say I've seen your KOS scripts. That sounds right. My God, it is tooled. It is just... that bad. Well, wait, because now this says... Hold on. Because now you say 159 days. So now I don't know what to believe. Interesting. Also, if y'all see me eating things, it's pistachios. When I don't eat, my hands get shaky. Still don't know what that is. We're gonna find out in probably a couple weeks. But to offset that, I've been snacking on pistachios. Okay, so this one is just cursed. Don't know what the hell is the problem with that. But... yeah. Interesting. So, staff... we'll take... whoa. We'll do that. That'll get us a Unicorn 1, and then we'll move the staff to Blahaj. And we'll go from there. So, Unicorn 1 is going to be next year, about 109 days out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also, if y'all hear me counting out loud, it is because I have a completely blank keyboard and can't seem to memorize the number row unless I'm looking right at it. So, combined. Okay, everything looks good. I'm just gonna warp. Actually, let me see what research is gonna look like. Early tracking system should... Does that give us any avionics, or is that just experiments? No avionics upgrades from that, just experiments. When does this expire? It doesn't. Okay. That brings a question. How much suborbital research can we get done with this one that is sort of below standards? Damn. Just stop knocking this thing over. Always a tight ship we run around here. Toggle pedals. Get this tiny little payload out. Don't save. Get the proper blahage. Metal pipe.wav. Sorry. Toggle pedals. So you are a little short, but only a little short. And a couple tiny Tims help. Maybe barely. I want to see if this can cross the 140 barrier. Does that untool them? Yes. Unfortunately. Okay. We're gonna have to go with these then. But yeah. Trying to see. There really aren't any other solids that actually give us any sort of performance. So let's try this. If we can do this, we should be able to at least get some decent science out of this mission. But we'll see. I do need a raid alert sound. I swore I used to have one, but it has probably gotten lost like many, many things on this channel. Surface straight up. Oh, this is gonna have control issues. Oh well, hope and pray. That wasn't terrible. But yeah. God, this rain. It's so pretty. So, so pretty. Okay. Do you know if craft files will load when it finds missing BD armory modules? I don't. I would reckon the answer's no, but I'm not 100% sure. This might be sufficient. I'm gonna open the fairings at like 60 kilometers. And these should still conduct science. I guess I'll uninstall it and try it myself. I don't have the old save with the bioblahage bug. Little Kerbal sized ones. Only issue is it's saved with BD Armory. It's tainted with hit points. You have pedal fairings on a sounding rocket. Peak reuse. It really was more so just to make it look like a mouth. So that I could be like, oh, I named it Blahage because it looks like a blue shark. Wow. But yeah. Also peak reuse, I suppose. That did work. Probably not gonna have nearly as much science as we did before basically having to downgrade this rocket, but that did work. Now we watch this thing tear itself to shreds. God damn. This one was hard. N9 has such good channel emotes. I need to get on my channel emote game. I need to get on my channel game, frankly. But whoa. There goes the fence. And there goes everything else. I think that was down to time warp. I'd be willing to bet that is down to time warp. If I have hyper edit, no, I don't. I'm sorry, gravity disabled? I didn't know that was a thing that I could just do. Jesus. Um yeah, that we'll say that was time warp. I'm gonna build it. I'm gonna test it. Um but I think I save edits here. Um No. Fuck. Hmm. Alright. I want to see how high this gets. This may just not be doable. Unfortunately. To anybody who's wondering, quite a few pistachios. Don't know if you can see that on camera, but the stem in there is that's from some grapes. But all right, surface directly up. Ignition, sep. Stretch. On it. I'm actually going to leave this running. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll be right back. Fuck me. I'm back. Sorry. Did not realize. But yeah, let me see if we can do it without the biology capsule. Because I don't know how much this weighs. 0.02 tons. Or thereabout. We'd get more mileage out of this. Basically just downgrading to 2 chutes. Okay, I redid the install process and booting it now. Good luck. Yeah, that might be doable. The thing is, we also need a 200-kilometer cross-range component. Don't know that we can get that. Because that's kind of pushing it. We're barely making 100 kilometers already, let alone. But maybe. Let's do surface up, and then we'll steer a little bit towards the end. All right, so we want to steer along the vector of 225, give or take. Which is roughly southeast. Okay. Hopefully we still cross the Kármán line. Okay, we're going to. Okay. And toggling open those pedals. We will hope for 200 kilometers downrange, but it is not going to be anywhere near that, I'm afraid. Now, if it was 20 kilometers, absolutely. But alas. Booting times are a lot better. It took 2 to 3 minutes to boot off a hard drive. Yeah, it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. That's for damn sure. Okay. I am just going to go for science. We can afford to modify one vehicle even if it doesn't give us sort of immediate benefits. We can afford that. I think we prioritize material science and then supersonic planes. Well, yeah. I think that's the order. So we're not going to do it for contracts. Oh, I'm already in your Discord, LMAO. Yeah. Um, Discord link is below though. Along with my Extra Life charity link and a suggestion box that has not been used in 3 years. Good lord. So yeah. Okay. Don't save. Blahaj 1. Okay. Toggle pedals. Actually, hold on. That might do it. Um, that might do it. Save edits. Okay, fine. Cancel edits. We'll add it once we have the scientific equipment. But I think that the goodness, the biological experiment, 100 kilometers, 35 sounding payload. That we can do. Like for sure we can do that. So we're gonna do that one. And while eventual blahages will potentially be recoverable, the first one I say we just put the sort of parachutes on this. 35. If we tool it, that doesn't really affect anything. But, well, no. I'm not even gonna bother with that. But, biosample. Damn. Okay. Untold parts, I don't care. Go for it. Okay. So we should have that by what? 7:25. About a month ahead. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's launch another unicorn, shall we? Staff. Why is it yellow? Because there's not actually any, Oh. Okay. Because there's no staff to roll it out. 31 day. Fuck me. Alright, hold on. Because we can afford to do this. And then that'll be done then. We hopefully get some stuff by then. I want to hire 5 more. Whoa. There we go. More researchers. Okay. We'll do 10. Engineers. So remove them from that. Add them to this. 7 and 6. Okay. Things are ramping up quite nicely. And it looks like by year's end we should have that. I'm just gonna go ahead and hire 10 more researchers. Is that a bad idea? Maybe. But I think we'll be okay. Yeah. Okay. Launch. There we go. Yeah, it uses BDB. It has for probably 2 or 3 years. But welcome to the club. I have some kind of Discord notification. Blahaj. Thank you. Thank you, Beastie One. Ooh, wow. I forgot your username. Fuck me. Ben Roden, if you're still here, your screenshots are beautiful. My goodness. Anyway, Unicorn 1. We're gonna do this during the sun time. The sun time? The daytime. Yes, there is. So, this is the debut launcher of our space program. It is the Unicorn 1. It has some ballast weights. Don't worry about that. But yeah. Firing up that engine. Staging off. Here's to, hopefully, a second success. And more data for the Veronique. Okay. And Unicorn is now piercing the clouds. Ah, I'm not the only one that cheats the launchpad min-mass with ejectable ballast. Yeah, mostly because it is literally too small for any launchpad. Like, it just won't let me build one this small, which is stupid, because I could go out and launch a rocket this size in a field without a launch pad. Yeah, it's not... Like, it's good game design, sure. But I will work around it because it's bad logic. Oh, fuck. Off. Moderation disabled. Okay. Doesn't usually wiggle that much, but... alas. Control from here. Three seconds to cut off. 2. 1. First stage cutoff. Unicorn's horn is off. Third stage, or second stage shutdown, third stage ignition. Vehicle is now hypersonic and is no longer hypersonic. Vehicle is tumbling, but that appears to be within acceptable range. We will be making it to space. Barely. The min-mass limit makes no logical sense anyway. I reject the rule as the opposite of realism. This table can only hold up to 2 tons, therefore it can't hold any object that weighs 1 kilogram. Yeah. 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 Okay. As per usual, this thing will barely get into space. It has not been running. Fuck. Oh well. We'll still get data now. But yeah, barely gonna get into space. But it will get into space. Also, look at those clouds. God, Ballistic Fox, you have outdone yourself. Man, they're like mountains. I wish the camera wasn't wobbling so goddamn much. Ah. No, that still wobbles. Damn it. Yeah. Camera tools. Oh, that's not camera tools. I may not have camera tools. I think that might solve this problem, but it's fine. Is RSS Reborn free? Yes, but the cloud mod is not. BlackRack is still charging a subscription fee to access his Patreon and therefore download the mod. And you need to have the latest version, which means that you need to continuously pay the subscription fee, which is stupid. So I canceled my subscription, but I have the latest version. That's sort of my paid mod philosophy is charge me once, fine. I'm completely okay with that. Charge me recurring? Absolutely not. It should be a flat rate to get the mod and future updates. Patreon doesn't really support that. They'd have to do it through like itch.io or whatever. Maybe. But I don't know. I just don't personally agree with that model that much. But yeah. Okay, gonna turn that off so that I can hopefully transmit more science. And Unicorn 1 is out of electric charge. Which I believe means that I can't even range safety it. So we're just gonna have to burn up in the atmosphere. It would include bloat update posts. Yeah. Yeah, because that's more what I mean, is that you should be able to have access to the updates for free. Um, I can't have a job. I can't subscription. I think you meant subscribe, but yes. No, I get that. I subscribed many moons ago. Um, and got it and had to resubscribe for like a day to get the latest version to be able to use this. So, right. Space Center, let's see what kind of science we got. I knew what you meant. It's weird how like muted my hair looks on stream. Because in real life, it is a significantly more neon green. 3.5. Damn. That is a good bit and not enough. Hmm. Man, that almost makes me think that we should build another unicorn, if I'm being honest. Though this should get that science. 4 days. Let's drop a quick save. I also want to see how long we have. So our deadline for that is 1960. Our deadline for this is 1956. Yikes. I mean, that's only low space film return, low space biological experiment, low space advanced biological experiment. That's not that bad. Um, will probably be done next year after. Um, X-Planes, dear God, that's gonna take us a bit, but it is what it is. Gonna go ahead and warp to that. We're gonna edit this. We're gonna add a biological capsule, parachutes, and get this thing up and running. So yeah. I need like a keychain. Oh fuck. I need hands that work. I need a keychain with little mechanical keyboard switches on it. Cause they're so happy. They're so happy, so satisfying. There we go. Jeez, I need a mouth that works. I need hands that work. Fuck me. That is not a substantial difference. Tell you what I will do is I will see if these, okay, 3 is the sweet spot, I guess. 4, we're back down to 70, but 3, that's 80% for some fucking reason, even though there was 4 to begin with. I don't understand Realism Overhaul sometimes. I really don't. But yeah. I will see if that will work, because if it will, we can maybe eject that. Maybe. If it won't, I have no idea. But let's try. I miss the custom HUD. I need to get the like dark mode HUD mod. I've been avoiding it because for a while I just hated on KSP2's HUD, and I still do. Looks like shit. And I was like, any mod that makes Kerbal 1 look more like Kerbal 2, I don't want, because Kerbal 2 looks bad. But then I looked into it, and I was like, honestly, it's kind of clean. Kind of like it. The new HUD mod, not Kerbal 2. Insert what is Kerbal Space Program 2 joke. But yeah. How much do you control? 745. Good. Alright, so ignition. And we're off. And we're up. We only have to cross the Carmen line. The one I sent you. I believe so. Yes, this one. When I first saw it, like, months ago, or whenever it came out, which, yeah, months ago, I was like, that's kind of bad. Like, I saw it on N9's stream, and I was like, you know, I personally don't like it. And then I looked at it more, and it's slowly grown on me. So I do think I'm gonna install Z-Theme. I don't like that the icons change. That is the one thing that I wish it didn't do. I wished that it literally was just a copy and paste dark mode theme. But other than that, I like it a lot. Okay. Cutting it a little close here, a little close. Oh, we got margins. Oh, we got margins. Okay. So we will swing open these pedals at about 70 kilometers this time, because they are going to swing all the way open. Therefore causes a lot of drag. But we can eject the capsule 66, 67, 8, 9. Opening. Biological capsule is running. And oh, whoops. Disarm. Disarm. Well, deploy. Because we actually don't have any electric control on this, so I'm gonna have to ditch it at the last moment. Hopefully while we're pointing slightly sideways, as that will help these two craft not recollide. So, I'm gonna jettison it around maybe 60 kilometers, if I can. Maybe a little lower. We'll do there. Fuck. That might not work, actually. Oh, but that works surprisingly well. Hold on. We may just not even decouple it at all. Yeah, revert to VAB. Because I'm getting the feeling that we can just do that. And that'll just work. Because it seems like the center mass is a little bit further back or something. Toggle pedals. Decoupler off. Parachute, we're gonna have four, like we originally had. Okay, you don't like 4. Will you do 3? Will you accept 3? You will accept 3. For some odd reason. So I just have to make sure that this will land safely, because it will be landing on the biological capsule, which is not super ideal. I can maybe do that, and that'll cushion it a bit. So let's simulate this. Just looking at the streams Twitch is suggesting me. I am once again being suggested Donald Trump on twitch.tv, which is a sentence I never thought I would say. But alas. Alright, we are off. I don't even have fucking control on. What am I doing? There we go. Testament to how stable it is, I guess. It's, I mean, capable of flying straight, unlike me. But but yeah, we'll see. So 15 seconds to cut off. we're still looking okay. It's not great, but we're gonna cross the Carmen line easy. Yeah, we're about where we were. I figured that's what you meant, Kerbal Boy. Yeah, and we're starting to spin, which is not ideal. But I'm gonna toggle these petals. Biological sample return capsule is running. I'm going to toggle the parachutes. And in theory, we set it and forget it. Oh! Shit, we have city lights. I thought those were disabled. Interesting. Unless they meant flying around city lights. That might be what they meant. Which I care less about, but I don't know. I wish somebody would make city scatters for parallax so that we could have like an urban biome and just have cities that generate. But that's probably A, very hard to do, and B, not super practical. Alright, point into the wind like you were doing earlier, and we'll all be okay. Attaboy. G-forces are high, but those fairings are protecting us quite a bit. Gimbal lock the engine. And vehicle is transonic and subsonic. And still stable. As ever. Hopefully these parachutes deploy when they're supposed to at 5 kilometers. They did not. Please deploy. My brother in Christ. Please deploy. Please deploy. Christ. Fucking thank you. You're just so great. Christ. Okay. What if I put them on the outside just completely, like around the body? Would you work then? Would you fight me on that one? No, not 4. 3. Try this. This one I am just going to launch, cut the engine, open the fairing, and arm the chutes at like 20 kilometers apoapse. Because we don't really need to prove that it can fully survive re-entry because we haven't really changed anything. So we should be good there, because the parachutes survive re-entry heating-wise, as they were on the bottom of the spacecraft. So I reckon we're probably okay. And I mostly just want to see if the damn things will deploy. So once we get up to about a 20, maybe 25 kilometer apoapse, I'm going to go ahead and cut the engine, as we will have burnt most of our fuel. Toggle these open. That'll slow us way the fuck down. We arm the parachutes. We flip around. Quite violently, I will add. And then hopefully we have parachutes that actually do something. Maybe. Possibly. There we go. What kind of speed did they get us down to? Okay. I could test landing from that. It won't be perfect. It'll be a little faster than the real landing, but not by a ton. And if that works, we can just go ahead and confirm these changes. And we'll have another sounding rocket, maybe 2 contracts done. Yeah. I mean, it broke the fairings off, which isn't all too surprising. But it did work. And it probably won't break them off, because we're probably going to be going like 2 meters per second when we're actually out of fuel and not a third full. So yeah, I would say that works pretty well. Yes, she took my jacket. Caroline is embroidering a design onto the back of the jacket. I guess she took it with her to go do. She left this morning. I was looking to see if I could find where she left it, but I can't. So, alright. So, move that one up. That's 24 days until that is complete. 50 seconds of... Okay, yeah, no, that's not what we're looking for. We are looking for the biological. Yes, yes, yes. 35. We have that. We're good to go. So... I'm glad that they finally fixed the contracts to be like based on the Carmen line rather than based on anything else, really. Because yeah, that was always kind of annoying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Drop a quick save. Warp to this. And go ahead and roll it out. Research. Okay. We'll be in a decent spot. Starting next year, we'll hopefully have a good bit of science. Once this is done, we can almost certainly start working on the next blahage. I think for right now we scrap this and we build a unicorn or 2. and get our science from that, because the next Blahaj that we can build will be using aluminum fuselage, will be having, you know, better materials, and will therefore be capable of doing the film return contract, which is worth a lot more than just launching some sounding payload. So we'll do that. And then, yeah, we'll do one of these. Maybe two of them. And then, yeah, I'm going to do this last Blahaj launch, spend the science points, and then probably go have me some dinner. But I gotta reassign crews and such. Integration. Oh, shit. Okay. Rolling out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Save. Warp. And then do this. Do that. That. And yeah. Okay. Let's rock and roll. So your first biosat is going to be carrying a Blahaj, right? Sorry, I missed that thing. Yes, canonically, and maybe literally. We'll see. If I can launch one into orbit, I most assuredly will do so, but it depends. Okay. We need smartass. Get out here. Surface up. Ignition. And separation of the first Blahaj 1. Please, baby, don't fail. Fuck. Fuck. Alright. Well. That is why we make multiples. So, I will be making another one here in a bit. And then, yeah, I'm gonna recover this. I'll queue up another one. But fortunately, we are not going to space today, it seems. That's okay, though. We'll be alright. Okay. Crunch. And crunch. Recover vessel. Repair failures. What? That's a thing? What? Hold on. We can repair it? What? Okay, I don't know for certain that means that we can actually repair it, but fuck me if it does. We're doing that. Yeah, what does that look like? Can we launch it? It doesn't look like it. Damn. Well, either way, we've demonstrated reuse. And we'll hopefully get it next time. I'm going to queue up another one, and I think that needs to be our top priority, at least for now. Yeah. So that will be our next objective. Post-war material science should give us aluminum fuselage, I think. Which I think puts us on track to get what we need to get here. Does. So yeah, that's aluminum fuselage, and then this gives us aluminum stringer. So even this upgrade is a considerable increase in efficiency. We're gonna do that. And then thereafter we will probably buy this, and then I mean, fuck, maybe these? Because I think these can do the downrange milestone pretty easily. So that's probably the plan. This has been my longest non-Extra Life stream in a long time. And yeah, I want to say thank you to everybody who came out, including the raid we got from Dunbaratu. So yeah, with that said and done, let's go raid Race Space. So yeah. Tyler Reyes. That's I always get it wrong. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for coming out. It's been great. I will definitely see y'all next Saturday. I might see y'all sooner. I am in a very RP-1 mood. I really want to get this next launch right. Anyway, I gotta go eat. I'll see y'all later. Have a good one.
Or Morocco.